on the playground, and they completely disrupt the whole school setting. And they, one of the things they do so typically is that as opposed to raising their hand and saying, can I ask a question, teacher, they just blurt it out, and they have no patience whatsoever. Memory is a huge problem for these kids, and parents will frequently just become overwhelmingly frustrated at the fact that they spend an hour at night with the child trying to teach the child their ABCs. This is as a 5-year-old, their ABCs, and they know them well when they go to sleep. And then the next morning, they know absolutely nothing about their ABC. So memory is just a huge problem. Temper tantrums are just horrible. And the temper tantrum frequently the child goes from 0 to 100 in about 30 seconds. So that your child is having a conversation with you, and suddenly something triggers things, and the child just goes into a wild state and kicks and bites and screams and yells, and the parent has to hold the child in their arms, tightly in their arms, and then suddenly that temper tantrum will stop. And it's almost as though what happened.
Doctor, let me interrupt you for a second.
Yes.
From the perspective of a physician, is there a role played by the concept of stigma with this disorder?
Oh, there's a horrible problem as far as stigma. In fact, I don't think that we are ever going to be able to prevent this disorder if we don't deal with stigma. And I've actually written a lot about this because I'm so concerned about it as far as this disorder is concerned. But the public stigmatizes these kids, the kid horribly, but stigmatizes actually the mother. The biologic mother is stigmatized by the public as much as anything that the public stigmatizes, and more than anything that I am aware of that the public stigmatizes. So stigma is horrible from the public, but it's horrible from the medical profession. And quite frankly, I'm a pediatrician, and we stigmatize the child themselves with this disorder.
Mr. Secor, guide your witness, please.
Okay. It's my fault, Dr. Warren.
What's that?
Let me just ask you this. When it comes to that stigma,
Yes.
What is the effect of finally having a diagnosis have on that issue?
Well, it has a great effect for the parents. And a diagnosis, you might think that to tell a family that their child has the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder might be horrible for a family. But to the contrary, it's frequently a very positive thing for the family.
Let me speak to the lawyers, please.
Sorry about that, Doc.
Sir, if you need water, there's water right there on the.
Oh, great,
It's fresh,
thank you so much.
cold water.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
And I'm gonna say this again, I don't mean to be rude to you at all, I mean no disrespect. I'm just gonna ask you, try to be as concise as you
Concise,
can.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't do this a lot, and it's no problem. It's my fault. But I just remind you to try to do that as best you can, okay?
Yes,
And if I put my hand up,
I'll stop.
and it's not, I'm not trying to be rude,
I understand.
okay. We were talking about the concept of stigma, and I
Yes.
think I kind of confused that issue, okay?
Yeah,
So, before a child is identified as having a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder,
yes.
in your experience, do you see that they are somehow stigmatized based on their behavior?
Yeah, I think that they're very stigmatized. I think the child is stigmatized. I think the mother is stigmatized. I think the child is stigmatized by his friends. I think he's stigmatized by society. I think he's stigmatized by the education system, and I think he's stigmatized frequently by his adoptive mother.
Okay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And just very briefly, in terms of how that applies to the parent, how is that stigma applicable to the parent in terms of what you see in your practice?
Right. The parent is also stigmatized horribly. And the result of that is that the parent does not, if it's the adoptive parent does not take the child to the doctor, because the last thing in the world that the adoptive mother wants to do is have.
Objection, Your Honor, he's talking
Oh,
about.
Let me speak to the lawyers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to recess until 2 o'clock. Please be on time. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind. We will start promptly back with this witness at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. And sir, you can just remain seated for just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, the jurors have been excused. Everyone else may be seated. Dr. Jones, we're going to be in recess until 2 o'clock. We take a long lunch break because we have 22 jurors, and getting them all out, all the way out and all the way back in takes some time.
Right.
So you are free to be in recess. I don't know if you're going, have you all made plans? Does he know, do you know where you're supposed to go for an hour and a half?
No.
Okay, well, what I would suggest is you can just go have a seat outside the courtroom, and one of the attorneys will be with you. The only rule is you can't discuss your testimony while we're on recess, okay?
Okay.
But eating lunch, whatever else that you want to do is fine, okay? Thank you, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. You can go now, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That one?
That one, there we go. This way, sir.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry because I interrupted, because the juror interrupted and I was trying to urgently get her out of here to use the restroom. I don't remember where we were.
I'm sorry, I was trying to.
You said there was 2 things, 2 points you were trying to make. This, I remember, you said it's not clear exactly what Mrs. Cruz knew because there's conflicts, and so you would like to ask this witness about the stigma of a parent not disclosing to their pediatrician the fact that a child was born I'm used to calling it substance exposed because it falls within, if that's okay with you, that's the term I'm familiar with. Substance exposed, and therefore the kids misbehave and nobody knows what the problem is because they
Right.
don't get diagnosed.
I think that people who are familiar with this case sense a great deal of frustration about Mrs. Cruz. You know, like, why didn't you tell people more? Why didn't you say his mother was a prostitute, who lived on the street, who drank and did drugs?
Oh, okay,
right?
so you, basically you want to ask this witness, based on his experience, why parents don't disclose the substance exposure earlier?
Right.
And how would it affect the diagnosis and the treatment if they did disclose this earlier?
Right, because I think people are, they're stigmatized before the diagnosis, and then they're afraid of the stigma of the diagnosis.
Okay,
It's
so-
it's a different and additional one.
Okay, so state, based on what I just described, do you have an objection to the doctor testifying to those facts?
If he's just gonna say, in my experience, I've seen, people who have been stigmatized, that's fine.
Okay,
But he goes on and on,
He-
and then he gets into tangents himself and goes on and on. I mean,
he's very excited about his profession, so, and that comes across, and that's not a bad thing, but you need to be precise with your questions, okay?
I understand that, I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize, it's just, it's part of being a lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes you have witnesses that get off the tracks a little bit, and that's okay. I'm sure you can handle it, okay? All right. We're in recess. Thank you. come back and sit down and, Charlene, are all of the jurors present? I told them to be on time. I'm gonna start making them come early.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, thank you.
We're just waiting for the jurors to be lined up,
Okay?
and then we're going to finish your testimony. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank
Have a
you.
seat.
You're lining them up.
We're lining them up now.
You can help yourself to the
Oh, thank you, thank you.
And this doesn't move.
Green says it's on.
It's on, so it doesn't move.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
All jurors are present and accounted for?
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Mr. Secor, whenever you're ready, you may continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I'm trying to remember exactly where we were when we broke for lunch. I believe that you had described in your experience the effect, the stigma related to behavior of kids that have not been diagnosed yet, and how that affects their parents in terms of how the parents are perceived and their parenting skills. And I believe that when we broke that you were in the process of describing that there is also a stigma related to actually having a diagnosis. And I was wondering if you could just briefly tell me in your experience how you see that stigma affect kids that are prenatally exposed to alcohol and their families.
Right. So I think that the child themselves are stigmatized less and feel less stigmatized than do the parents. I think that the primary problem in terms of stigma is for the parents, but there's absolutely no question that the same is true as far as kids are concerned. And I think that one thing that is really a huge issue is how kids feel because the adopted child is stigmatized by the adopted mother and father. And I think that that's a horrible situation for a child to be under. So, as I said, stigma is a huge problem. It's a problem for the parents. It's a problem for the child. And unfortunately, we in the medical profession are very much involved in stigmatizing them.
Okay.
As is the public.
Yes, sir. And in terms of that stigma, does that, in your opinion, does that affect the extent to which a parent may be willing to divulge what they know about whether or not their kid or their adopted kid was exposed to alcohol in utero?
Wow. I think very definitely that is the case. And I think that that is the case because the parent is concerned that if people know that their child, particularly a doctor knows that their child was exposed to alcohol, it frequently leads the doctor to not get that child into proper intervention kinds of problems because they feel that the child has this disorder and they can't function well and they're not going to be able to really do anything that they're advised to do and that they're not going to benefit from it.
Okay. In your opinion, based on your decades of experience, what does a child who's been prenatally exposed to alcohol, what do they need?
Well, I think first of all, they need a diagnosis. And they need a diagnosis because if they don't get diagnosed, they're going to end up not getting the proper intervention programs, not getting the support that they need, because the fetal alcohol syndrome is associated with a very specific neurobehavioral profile. That is to say, they behave very much like each other in terms of their neurobehavioral problems. And as such, they need specific intervention programs. And so often, they're not diagnosed, and therefore they are treated with prevention programs that are great prevention programs. And I think that for sure that was the case with Nick, that he got through the school system, through the Henderson Behavioral Health Clinic, and through all kinds of the school system. He, I believe, got fantastic services. But unfortunately, the services were really not benefiting him because the diagnosis had not been made, and therefore the therapeutic programs that were outlined for him were not getting to him and not helping him. So he desperately needs a diagnosis, and that's the most important thing first.
In your experience with families who have a kid who's been prenatally exposed, have you ever seen, in your experience, that the diagnosis actually brings relief to the family?
Absolutely. I think it almost always brings relief to the family. And the reason is that families of children with the kinds of problems that these kids have, those families they're being told by physicians and by neuropsychologists and by teachers, they're being told that, that they have these problems, but they're never told what the cause of these problems are. And the parents know that the child does not have autism. They know that the diagnosis of hyperactivity is really not sufficient. They know that there are all kinds of other things going on and nobody can put their finger on it. And so when we sit down with a family and say your child has been affected by alcohol, it's a great relief for them. And it's a great relief for a number of reasons. I'll just mention two. One is that it gives them hope. Because for years they've been banging their head against the wall in terms of this disorder, and suddenly they know what the cause is, and therefore they are told that there are possible interventions for the child and so forth. So hope is great. And then the other issue is that parents of children with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder are blamed. The child has a normal IQ. So the teachers say, Mrs. So-and-so, your son has a normal IQ, and yet he can't learn. It can't be that what he's doing is that it's not that he doesn't understand. He understands. He knows he's got a normal IQ. But the fact of the matter is that he's not performing, and he's not performing because he doesn't want to perform. And so what you need to do is you need to sit down with your son, and you need to lay it out to him, and you need to tell him, look, you're not dumb, you're smart. And to be able to realize that it's not their fault is an incredible relief to parents.
Can you tell us what the medical field means by the concept of a medical home?
Right. So a medical home is not just something that is used to refer to the fetal alcohol syndrome. It's a medical home that and it's something that's used primarily in pediatrics. It's a home for a child and a diagnosis. So with that diagnosis, the pediatrician and the social workers and the clinic and all kinds of different people who are taking care of that child can focus their attention on that child within the context of that diagnosis. So basically, the other word for this, which is very relevant for the fetal alcohol syndrome, is a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder informed clinic, or fetal alcohol syndrome informed physician or clinic, so that everybody is working under the same context that this child has been affected by alcohol, and therefore we have to help the family as it relates to their child with the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
And in the context of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, that concept of a medical home, is that something that can be successful in a temporary sense, or does it need to be long-term?
It needs to be long-term. And if this concept of a medical home or a FASD-informed clinic just lasts for 3 months, even 3 years, and then everybody says, well, he's doing so much better, so we're going to not be focused so much on this FASD-informed program, and he doesn't have those supports and doesn't have that medical home, then a child with a fetal alcohol syndrome is going to go right back to what he or she was before, because they don't have that home. And you can almost think of this as an external brain, because these kids need an external brain. They need somebody else, like a doctor or a social worker, and that FASD-informed home in the physician's office needs to be transported to the child's home, so that everybody in the home is also working in the same way for this FASD informed program, in the same way in the family, at home, and in the doctor's office.
In your experience, is medication in and of itself sufficient to treat a person with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Will prenatal exposure to medication cause a fetal?
No, I'm sorry. Is treatment with medication sufficient to treat a person that has a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? Just
No.
medication alone?
No, absolutely not.
As a physician, do you think that if a child is prescribed a medication, that the parent should take the child off the medication or restart it without consultation with the doctor?
Absolutely not.
You've touched on these things a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that I asked you about the specific interventions that you have identified as being crucial to treatment of a person with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Right. So I think that there are now interventions that have been developed that are specifically related to helping children who have the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or the fetal alcohol syndrome, or ARND. There is a program, for example, and would you like me to mention some or not?
Yeah, whichever ones that you think are doing what needs to be done and
Okay,
why.
okay. So the MILE program, M-I-L-E, was developed at Emory University. It's a spectacular program. It's been primarily used in Canada, but it's a validated program that is focused on math, but it certainly is not just teaching them math. At Emory, they're working on another program now called Go Far, which is also a fantastic program, but has not yet been validated. And then probably the program that has been, I'm not going to say most successful, but has been used the most here in the United States and also in Canada, is the Families Moving Forward program, which is really, I think, a fantastic program that also has been validated. And that is a program in which coaches, if you will, have been trained in this program, and those coaches take the program to individual families. In other words, this is not a program in which they put a bunch of people in an auditorium and then give them ideas about how to deal with their children. It's basically one-on-one, that the person who's the specialist works with a family, and the work is primarily towards the family, the mother and father, not to the child, because the idea is to teach the mother and father, who is then going to manage the child. And so they meet with a family for 90 minutes every other week. They meet for 7 to 11 months out of the year, and it's very successful. They base their program with the concept that this child is brain damaged, and this brain damage is secondary to prenatal alcohol exposure. And they develop ways and they work on ways to help parents understand what's going on with their child and then be able to manage their child so that the child can be helped in terms of learning and behavior. And I'll just give you an example. They have a reframing concept. And the reframing concept is based on the concept that you take an issue to a child and a family. You take an issue like the fact that prenatal exposure to alcohol has caused you to have a number of problems, and we're going to try to deal with that. As opposed to that, they take the concept that, you know, there are thousands of children here in the state of Florida who have this disorder, and they're just like you. And so what you've got to do is think about what you have as being, and how you're behaving as normal for a child with a fetal alcohol syndrome. And now we've got to give you ways to cope with these problems. And so, for example, we talked a minute ago about an external brain. Well, in school, when the child is at home, the external brain is usually the mother. When the child gets to school, they have to have an external brain as well. So you set up a way where the parents provide a list of things to the child that the child then takes to school, so that he now has that external brain that he knows what to do and how to cope with situations.
And this program, Families Moving Forward, is that a program that you tried to utilize in your own practice?
I do. We don't have the money at this point to be able to develop such a program in San Diego. So I have a therapist, not my own therapist, but a therapist who works with the kids that I see, who is an expert in dealing with kids with alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder. And she uses many of the techniques that I just mentioned to you, that is used in Families Moving Forward, and she's fantastic. And she sees every child that I see, be it a new patient, a follow-up patient, whatever, she sees that child with me because of the concept here that this is a brain-based disorder, and we need somebody to help these kids as far as their brain is concerned. And so she spends huge amounts of time with these families, and I'll tell you, it's just amazing to see a family who is an adopted family who just found out that their child has been affected by alcohol, and this woman's name is Andy, and she stands there with them and tells them these family moving forward concepts and some other concepts that she has learned over the years. And you see the mother sitting there, and she's going like this, and she can't believe it, what she's hearing, and it's fantastic.
During the course of your work on this case, have you been able to identify whether or not any intervention programs specific to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder existed in Florida during Nick's life?
Yes, they did.
And was one of those Families Moving Forward?
It was the Families Moving Forward program, yes, in Sarasota.
Are there any other specific intervention programs for kids with FASD that you've been able to identify that existed during Nick's life?
In Florida?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Anything through the Department of Education?
Yeah, I think that the Department of Education here in Florida has done a great job. I'm very, very impressed with what's happened here in Florida as far as fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is concerned. And in 2005, the Board of Education here in Florida established a resource guide for teachers to help teachers learn how to work with and help kids in their class with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And I'll tell you, I'm not sure I know of many more states in this country that are doing things like that. It's very impressive, very progressive.
Based on everything that you've reviewed pertaining to this case, are you aware of whether or not any of those FASD-specific interventions were utilized in Nick's life?
I have not seen any, no.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sorry, sir, I just needed to make sure that I didn't forget to ask you anything. I'll be done here in just a few minutes. I think you answered this when you were describing the concept of the families moving forward and the interventions that you think are necessary. But I wanted to ask you this, for kids with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, is a highly structured environment important to them?
Very much so. Very, very much so.
And can you just briefly explain to us why that is from the medical perspective?
Well, it fits in with this this external brain concept. It fits in with the fact that children with this disorder are, as I've mentioned, incredibly hyperactive. They have very poor attention spans. They exist in a world that's moving very fast. Like everybody in this room is living in a world that's very fast, but they cannot handle it. And they've got all these stimuli coming in, and it just makes life very, very, very difficult. And so to be able to have a child who has this disorder, who is in a cocoon almost, to a certain extent, who has people who are constantly helping him move forward in a successful way, it's incredibly helpful to them. Now, I am not necessarily an advocate for homeschooling in general, but I think I've come to realize that homeschooling is absolutely fantastic for these kids with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, for the same reasons that you're bringing up, because and it's usually the mother that does this, and she can work with her child for 2 hours in the morning and suddenly see that the child's losing it, and she can say, okay, we're going to stop, and we're going to relax here, and we're going to focus on things, and we're going to get into a quiet place and calm you down, and then 2 hours later, she can come back to work with them, and they've sort of recalibrated themselves. And it's really been, in my experience, it's incredible to see what homeschooling can do for these kids.
Based on the importance of the concept of an external brain for treating kids with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and this, might sound like a stupid question, I apologize if it is, but for a child that has fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, the consequences of losing both parents, is that something that, from your perspective as an expert in this field, is that something that would be a serious problem?
I think it would be devastating. And for just the reason I think that you bring up, particularly I think for a child like Nick, whose adoptive mother was so important to him, who he depended on so much for everything in his life, from getting him to work in the morning, to help him with friends and trying to help him understand what friendship was and be able to help him with people who he doesn't think trust him. So for somebody to have a mom that's like that, who loses her, I think would be devastating.
In the event that I didn't, if I didn't, I apologize. I just want to give you the opportunity to just tell the jury very simply what your opinion is in this case, or your diagnosis is in this case.
My diagnosis is alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, and I base that on my own physical examination that showed that he does not have fetal alcohol syndrome or partial fetal alcohol syndrome, and Dr. Connor's neurobehavioral evaluations, and the time that I have taken to go through his files and the charts and to see a little bit more about what he's about.
I can't remember. Do you remember exactly when you started working on this case, approximately?
Well, working hard on this case was when I came to Fort Lauderdale in early August 2021 to examine Nick.
Okay. Do you have any sense since that time of the number of hours that you've put into working on this case?
I really don't.
Okay. And what is your hourly rate for working on this case?
I don't charge for this.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Secor, are you finished?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. State whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right. Okay, good. So you met with the defendant in this case on August 3rd, 2021, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And you met with him in the jail for about an hour and a half, is that correct?
I would say about that.
Okay.
Maybe a little long, but I don't think so.
Okay. You think it was longer than an hour?
No, I don't think it was longer than that.
Okay. How much, and you were there to take measurements, correct? You
Sorry.
do a physical examination, take measurements?
That, as well as do all the things that I've mentioned on the physical exam.
I'm sorry?
Do the things that in addition to take measurements, I did a physical exam.
No, make observations, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
To do an evaluation,
Yes. Yes.
include obviously
Yes, sir.
more than just taking measurements.
Right.
Of course, okay. So, before you came on August 3rd, Doctor, 2021, did you review anything?
I try to review as little as I can before I see a child in this situation or a person in this situation. But I did know for sure that he had been prenatally exposed to alcohol, or I was told that he was prenatally exposed to alcohol. So I knew that, and I don't think I reviewed anything prior to coming to Broward County to see him.
Okay. So, tell us exactly what you did as far as your physical evaluation of the defendant.
Right. So I started examining him by measuring his head.
Okay, and I think you said on direct that was normal, correct?
It was within the normal range, yes, average head circumference.
Right, and you compared that to his birth, and when he was born, his head was normal, correct?
It was normal at birth, yes.
So, okay, all right, and the next measurement you took?
The next measurement that I took is that I stood him up against the wall and measured him with a measuring tape.
Okay,
And his height was 5 feet 5 inches, which is short.
okay. Let me ask you a question. Did you ever see his identification card where it indicated he was 5'7"?
I didn't.
Okay, okay. And you asked him how much he weighed.
I did.
Did you, was it necessary for you to check the jail records as to how much he weighed or fluctuated during
I didn't do
his
that.
time? Because he had been in jail for quite a while before you met with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't ask for any jail records or none?
I did
provided
not.
to you? Okay. All right, so the next thing I think, what's in it? You looked at his eyes. There's a couple measurements in the eyes, correct?
I did.
There's the space between your
Inner corner and outer corner.
What's that called?
That's called the palpebral fissure.
Okay, and isn't there another measurement, the inner canthal?
Correct. The intercanthal distance is the distance, and I hadn't measured that before because it's really not part of the actual diagnosis. It's not one of the diagnostic criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
But you did that
But
measurement.
I did. I measured from the inner canthus, or the inner corner of one eye to the inner corner of the other eye.
Okay, so why did you do that?
It's because there are a number of minor anomalies that are seen more frequently in children with the fetal alcohol syndrome, who are not part of the diagnostic criteria for making the diagnosis.
So that was of no significance.
And that was in that group.
Okay, then you talked about the palpebral fissures, right?
I did?
Okay, that's the first cardinal indication of fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you took that measurement,
I did, yes.
and that was normal?
That was normal.
Okay, and then what did you do?
Then then I did the intercanthal distance. Then I measured from the base of the nasal septum to the red part of the upper lip, which is called the vermilion border of the upper lip.
Right, the philtrum, right?
The philtrum.
Right, okay. And with both of those measurements, Dr. Jones, you used an actual ruler,
I did.
so you could tell the actual measurement,
I
correct?
did, yes.
Okay, so the vermilion, the top of the lip, that's kind of a subjective measurement. That's the third cardinal one, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, okay. We talked about the two of the cardinal
Right.
indications. Go ahead.
Yeah, but but the important thing about the philtrum has nothing to do with the length of the philtrum.
The ridges.
It's the ridges on the
Yeah.
philtrum. I'm sorry, I didn't think you had mentioned that. I'm sorry.
No, maybe I didn't, but I had heard you do it before. I just didn't.
Sorry, yeah.
If you want to explain it again, that's
No,
fine.
no. I
You
think
okay with that?
I
Okay. All
hope
right.
the jury
So
understands that.
those first two were fine and
Yes.
normal, right?
Yep,
And then I wanted the vermilion, as you also explained before and quite well, that that's a subjective measurement, isn't
well,
it?
it's a little subjective it's a little subjective, but it's something that you basically hold a little card up to the side of the individual's face that has 5 pictures on it. And the top picture is a picture of a child with a very smooth upper lip that lacks that Cupid's bow configuration. And then the next picture down is a picture of a child with a vermilion border that's a little bit more normal, but still abnormal. And then the third picture is a picture of a child with a vermilion border, again, I'm talking about this upper lip, that is completely normal. And then the then the fourth and fifth pictures are pictures of a vermilion border that are much more obvious than the normal. And so a picture in the top 2 squares, if the individual's vermilion border looks like one of those, that is indicative of fetal alcohol syndrome. And if it looks like the 3rd, 4th, or 5th, it's indicated that it's not the fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay, so you were looking at those diagrams,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And you thought he had a smooth per million,
It,
right?
somewhat more, not number 5, the top one,
Right, okay.
but number 4, yes.
Okay, so having examined the defendant and looking at the 3 cardinal indications.
Yes.
You didn't come up with 2, right? Just 1.
Just one.
So, and I think you told the jury when Mr. Sikora was speaking to you, you eliminated fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
Correct?
And you eliminated partial fetal alcohol syndrome,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then I think you had mentioned mid-face hypoplasia, correct?
I did.
Okay. And isn't it true that 90% of the people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder or along the, as you call it, the umbrella, do not have mid-face hypoplasia?
I quite frankly don't know about 90%, but certainly it's not the majority of kids.
Okay. Have you ever said that only 10% of the people that are on the spectrum have mid-face hypoplasia?
You know, I quite frankly don't think I've ever said that, but I may have said that. I've written a paper on this.
Okay.
And I've not reviewed it recently, but it may very well be
Okay.
10%.
Okay, because let me show you. Remember giving a deposition?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, on March 29th. So let me show you page 35, counsel.
Here, doctor, you can read the whole page, take your time and tell me if you didn't. You can take it apart if it's.
No, I'm good.
If it's inconvenient for you.
Okay, it definitely says 10%. And I think you asked me to take a guess. 10%, 2%, and I said 10%. So, you know, I think it's a guess, and I think there's probably a number that is behind that guess.
Okay.
But it is definitely not one of the cardinal features of fetal alcohol.
No, I know.
Right.
No, you have told me that.
Yeah,
But, so you were guessing when you told me it was 10%?
right.
Okay. All right, so what else you made some, other than measurements, you made some observations, right?
Yes, yeah.
What other observations did you make? Like railroad track configuration of the ears?
Yes,
Why'd you do that?
because it, like the intercanthal distance, is what we call a minor malformation that is seen more frequently in children who have the fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay. And your observation was?
Does not.
It does not, okay. And you're gonna have to help me with this word. It's misaligned eyes, strabismus, did I pronounce that?
Strabismus,
Okay, so you made that observation,
that he does not have that.
okay. And eye droop, it's called what?
Ptosis?
Yeah, and no, right?
No.
Okay. Then the skin fold under the upper eyelid covering the inner corner. What's that
Epicanthal
called?
folds?
Okay. No?
No.
Okay. And you were doing that, why? Why were you looking at all those things you found no in your observation?
Right, because as I think I've said, kids with, or anybody, I don't mean to specify kids, anybody, who has the fetal alcohol syndrome does have an increase in a number of minor malformations. And you've listed 5 of them, I think, here. And
No, I'm just mentioning the ones that you.
No, I understand that. And I think I've been through all of them in the note that I wrote about this.
No, you were very thorough.
Yes.
And I'm just,
Yeah.
the jury doesn't know what you did, so
That's fine.
you convinced me. Okay, so the anteverted nares, did I pronounce that correctly?
You did, that's the nose is tilted up
Eh,
like this.
Right. right? And the defendant, it was a no. He didn't
That's a
have
no,
any-
yes.
Okay, and you did that for the same reason, correct?
Yes, same reason.
Okay, and then curved hook fingers, what's that called?
Clinodactyly.
Okay, and you
No.
made that a no?
No.
Okay, and then the fingers cannot be straightened, what's that called?
Camptodactyly.
And that was no?
That's
right?
no, right?
Okay, and then the tightening in joints,
That's a no.
that's a no? It's no, it's a yes for me,
Yeah.
but that was a no for him, okay. How about contractures in other joints, the tightening?
That's a no.
No. Hockey stick upper palmar crease in the hand,
That's a no.
okay, another thing that you.
Another
were looking
thing,
for.
yes.
Okay, and then other altered palmar creases,
That's a no.
that's a no, okay. So, your examination, your physical evaluation when you were there for an hour and a half on August 3rd, 2021, it was normal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, just the physical examination, your physical examination and evaluation, you wouldn't be able to diagnose fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, correct?
From that exam.
Just from the exam?
Absolutely
I know,
not.
okay.
You're absolutely right.
Right, okay. And you relied on Dr. Connor's testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned your review and people told you about the mother drinking, correct?
Correct.
So they were the things that you were basing your opinion on, correct? And the records that you looked at.
Exactly. That all I could say was that he did not have fetal alcohol syndrome, nor did he have partial
Okay,
fetal.
I got you.
Okay.
Okay, so when you looked at Dr. Connors, did he show you something? Did you look at something? Did you look at the raw material, or were you just taking what he said?
Just what he said.
So you never looked at the raw data?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that one of the things you see with all the kids that you deal with on Fridays at your clinic, a lot of them have, attention deficits. They can't, that's one of the hallmarks on it, correct?
I wouldn't say it's one of the hallmarks, but it's something that I frequently see.
Okay. Did Dr. Connor tell you that all the tests he gave in the attention domain were all average?
He did.
Okay. Okay, so the other thing that you mentioned that you feel that somebody with fetal alcohol spectrum, or NDPA, let's call it that, okay?
Okay.
Or any way you want to call it.
Any way you want to call it.
Your diagnosis.
Any way you want to do it.
Okay, that's fine. So they profit from a high structured environment, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that the defendant attacked a guard in the jail in a high-structured environment?
I didn't know that it was, well, obviously it was a high-structured environment if it was in jail. But I did know that.
Okay. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Dr. Jones, if I could, about the defendant's birth records. Dr. Marcus's records, you
Yes.
reviewed those, correct?
I did.
Okay, good. So what I wanted to ask you is, the AFGAR, APGAR, right? AFGAR
Yes.
scores were 8 and 9. Isn't that considered normal?
It is considered normal.
Okay. So, and the fact that the defendant at birth spontaneously started to breathe, right?
That's normal.
And that happened, correct?
I don't remember seeing that, but I can't imagine that he didn't.
Okay. Would you like to see it?
I definitely, I don't need to see it on
Okay,
the
all right,
record.
okay. All right, so, Dr. Jones, using a bulb suction is entirely normal, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. And isn't it true that 15 to 20% of term babies have amniotic stained fluid?
I don't think it's that high, but I could be wrong. I've not looked up that particular statistic.
Okay.
But as a pediatrician, I have always been taught that meconium in the amniotic fluid can frequently be a sign of fetal distress.
Okay. You mentioned on direct that the defendant as a baby had to be resuscitated?
Yes,
How?
I'm not sure.
Is-
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure.
Was it with the bulb suction?
I don't know that.
Here, let me,
I thought to say that he was resuscitated meant to me that he was more than bulbs, that he had
Okay.
more than bulb suction.
All right, Dr. Jones, let me approach you. It's 186 in the records, Dr. Marcus's records.
Here, doctor, it's, tell me if you can read that.
Here
Want
on-
me to show you where it says resuscitation, the bulb suction?
I can't, I don't see where.
It took me a while too, so you want me to show you?
Sure.
That'll help. See, resuscitation,
I do,
and see where it says bulb suction?
I do.
Okay. Isn't that normal?
I think that that's generally speaking normal.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Doc.
And the defendant, after he was born, he went straight to the newborn nursery, not to, to any kind of neonatal intensive care, right? Went right to the nursery, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then the physician's report on a child, I don't know how it is in California, Doc, but HRS requires this form. You have to check every box, for normalcy, for instance, eyes, ears, mouth. Yeah, I'm sure you're more familiar with this than I am. Heart, lungs, abdomen, extremities, neurological, correct?
correct,
And Dr. Marcus's, they're all checked, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you mentioned 1.5 standard deviations for, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that the American Pediatric Association uses 1.5 standard deviations, right?
for what?
For measuring, the tests. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't, I'm sorry.
You had mentioned IQ was how many
Oh, 1.5, I'm sorry, equal to or greater than 1.5 standard deviations below the mean.
Right,
Yes,
for testing,
for
right?
for IQ testing,
And how about the other tests?
and for, yes,
So 1.5, right?
correct.
Okay.
But that is not, I'm sorry, if I could just clear something up here. That is for a diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome
Okay,
or for alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder.
Okay.
It's not necessarily something in pediatrics.
okay,
We're talking here about this particular disorder,
okay, so 1.5,
1.5.
okay. What do you use normally if it's not fetal alcohol?
For example, in the CDC evaluation, it's 1%, it's 2%,
Okay,
as opposed to 1.5,
okay.
or a standard deviation of 1.5, that would be a standard deviation of 2.
Two standards,
Yes.
right? Okay, that's fine. And I think it has been your opinion, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Jones, that when the defendant murdered 14 children, the athletic director, coach, and the teacher, that he flew off the handle. Is that the way you described it?
That makes it makes it sound a little trite to me, and I'm sorry that if I said it that way. But I think that he lost control of himself. Actually, I think that he had lost control from himself a while before that exact event occurred as well. I think without any question, he lost control of himself.
Okay, and you mentioned, used the term flew off the handle, right?
I may have done that, and as I sit here, I'm sorry I used that term because it sounds a little trite
All
to
right,
me.
you
I
used that
certainly
term,
didn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
No, I just don't want to be perceived as thinking of this as being a trite event. I think
No,
quite to the
I-
contrary.
Doctor, I don't think anyone thinks you think it's a trite offense at all.
Okay,
No,
good.
but I think you used in your opinion in describing it, he flew off the handle. And by no means did anybody, or did I ever take that
Okay,
meaning that you
thank you.
felt that the offense, or what I would feel that you would think any offense was trite. So please, that's not why.
Thank you.
I just looking, he flew off the handle, lost control, right?
Yep,
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at, okay. And isn't it your opinion that a person with NDPAE cannot plan, cannot organize their thoughts as to what they're doing, correct?
correct.
Okay. And yeah, I think you had said, or tell me if I'm wrong, or if you disagree with this, it's one of the hallmarks of the disorder of NDPAE or ARND that a person cannot plan.
I think planning an organization is an issue. It's part of a diagnosis of problems with executive functioning. And for sure, problems with executive functioning are something that we see in children who have NDPAE or ARND. I mean, that group of disorders.
Okay, so you agree with that statement?
I definitely agree with it.
Okay, okay. In fact, that's a statement you made, isn't it?
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to go over some things with you, Doctor. and if you-
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, well, not obviously. Are you familiar with the Columbine high school massacre?
I'm familiar with it, but I really don't know
Okay.
anything about it.
Are you aware that on August, and the dates are important, so I want to stress it, August the 30th, 2017, that the defendant conducted a search for Columbine High School massacre. Are you aware of that?
Was I aware? No, I was not aware.
Okay. And are you aware on August 24th, 2017, that the defendant conducted an internet search for white supremacist car attack in Charlottesville, Virginia?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware on June 15th, 2017, that the defendant conducted an internet search for a massacre at McDonald's restaurant in San Diego where 21 people were murdered?
I was not aware of that.
Aware of that, okay. And are you aware that the defendant on August 30th, 2017 conducted an internet search for a Montreal, Canada massacre, and I'm not, my French is bad, but École Polytechnique in Canada where 14 women were murdered?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant on August 30th, 2017 conducted an internet search for a mass murder that occurred at Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia, where 32 people were murdered?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that on October 3rd, 2017, the defendant conducted an internet search for a 2017 mass shooting in Las Vegas? Remember where 60 people were murdered by someone firing out of the hotel, right, into the concert, right?
Yes.
You weren't aware that he did that?
I'm aware that he did that, but I'm not aware that Nick,
Okay, great, okay. Are you aware that the defendant on October 10, 2017 conducted an internet search for another mass shooting that occurred in Aurora, Colorado movie theater where 12 people were murdered?
not aware.
Are you aware, or were you aware, that on February the 10th, 2018, before I go into this, all those mass murders that I, spoke to you about, Dr. Jones, that the defendant, did the internet search, did you notice that all those dates were before his mother passed away on November 1st, 2017?
I wasn't aware of it, no,
Okay.
but I am aware of it now.
Okay. And on February 10th, 2018, and this is after his mother died, the defendant conducted an internet search for Marshall County High School in Benton, Kentucky, where students were murdered. You were aware of that? No? How about on February 10, 2018, a mass murder that occurred at Red Lake High School in Red Lake, Minnesota, where 17 people were murdered?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And how about on February 13th, 2018, the defendant conducted an internet search for Jokela High School in Jokela, Finland, where 8 people were murdered?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Okay, so when you talk about planning, somebody wants to do a mass murder, it's not unreasonable for them to do some research as to other mass murders were done, correct?
I quite frankly don't know the
Okay.
answer to that question.
And that's a fair answer. Okay. Are you aware that the defendant on December 11th, 2017, conducted an internet search for shooting girls? No? Are you aware that the defendant on that same date, December 11th, 2017, conducted an internet search for shooting women? No?
No,
Are you aware that the defendant conducted an internet search looking for a guitar case or a rifle case so he can conceal his AR-15 and transport it to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
no,
Not aware. Okay. Are you aware that the defendant conducted an internet search to answer this question? How long does it take for a cop to show up to a school shooting? Were you aware of that?
no,
Do you know who Elliot Rodger is?
no,
No? Okay. And the defendant was searching for Eric and Dylan in his searches. Do you know who Eric and Dylan are?
I don't.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Do you know what type of weapon that the defendant used in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas mass murder?
I think it was an automatic rifle. I'm not sure.
Okay, it was an AR-15. That's okay. Do you know why he chose that weapon?
I don't.
Are you aware that he did an internet search for AR-15 as being the mass murder of choice for mass murders?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know why he would make additions to his AR-15 rifle after he purchased it?
I don't.
Do you know what a bipod would do for him?
I don't know what a bipod is.
Do you know what a vertical foregrip would do for him?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know the date that he purchased the AR-15?
I don't.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant, when he went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, was wearing a JROTC Marjorie Stoneman Douglas polo shirt?
I did not.
You have any idea why he would be wearing that?
I do not.
Okay. Did you know that the defendant attended Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
Did I know what? I'm sorry.
That the defendant attended?
I did.
Okay. Did you know that were you aware that he had classes in the 1200 building where the murders occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know how much ammunition the defendant brought to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I do not.
Do you know how he transported
I don't.
the ammunition? Do you know how many shots he fired in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I don't.
Okay. And I would imagine you don't know how many AR-15 firearm magazines he had with him.
I don't.
And you don't know how he transported that.
I do not.
Okay. Do you know any conversations he had with the Uber driver about he was late for music class?
I do not.
Do you have any idea why he said that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know why the defendant brought tracer rounds?
I do not.
Do you know what a tracer round is?
No.
Okay. Do you know why he took off his tactical vest and laid it on the 3rd floor landing after he was finished shooting?
I do not.
Do you know why he laid his rifle down next to his tactical vest after the shooting?
I don't.
Do you know what he did after he was finished shooting?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know why he picked Valentine's Day?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant about the murders when you went to see him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you watch the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school surveillance video of the defendant committing these murders?
I did not.
Did you read any police reports?
I did not.
Did you review any autopsy reports?
I did not.
Did you look at any autopsy photographs?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant, made some YouTube comments on July 4th, 2017? That's obviously months before his mother passed away, correct?
Correct.
I love to see families suffer. Did you know he did that?
I didn't.
Are you familiar that the defendant on July 26, 2017 said, YouTube comment, "No mercy, no questions, always double tap"?
I did not.
Do you know what double tap means?
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware that the defendant made a YouTube comment on September 24, 2017? "I'm going to be a professional school shooter"? Did you know that?
I did not.
So that was September 24, 2017. That was months before his mother passed away, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant, that he made a YouTube comment, "I have no problem shooting a girl in the chest"?
I did not.
Did you know if he shot any girls in the chest on February the 14th, 2018?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know that the defendant made another YouTube comment? "I want to kill a shit ton of people and murder children"? Do you know he said that?
I did not.
Did you know the defendant made a YouTube comment on January 24th, 2018? "I want to kill cops and people"?
I did not.
Okay. And I would imagine you didn't, and you correct me if I'm wrong, watch 3 cell phone videos of the defendant discussing what his plans were?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Jones, pleasure talking to you again. Thank you, Ryan. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess just so I can give everybody a break. I know we have a special juror with us, and I'm going to point you out, but I worry about you. So go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind. Okay, we're in recess for 10 minutes. It's 3:16 according to this dated clock here. So 3:20 in 10 minutes. seated. Mr. Secord, do you have any additional questions for your witness? Whenever you're ready.
Dr. Jones, I just want to talk to you really briefly about a couple of things that we discussed with Mr. Sachs. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I have all my notes in order. May I consult the state briefly?
Sure.
May I approach Ms.
You may.
Dr. Jones, I just wanted to ask you to look at these records from Nick's birth, and I think this is the one that Mr. Sachs showed you. Is that right?
It is.
Okay, and that was the one that indicated that there was resuscitation by, I think it was, is it bulb? Is that right?
Yeah.
And then this is page, just for the record, this is page 186, and then page 187. If you could just tell us what that indicates.
Under resuscitation, oxygen by mask and bag and mask.
Okay. So based on those two records together, does that indicate to you that the resuscitation necessitated a bulb as well as a mask?
Correct.
Okay.
I definitely feel that way.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that it's very difficult to know if that had any impact on Nick, is that right?
I did, yes.
And just to I want to clear this up. When Mr. Sachs was asking you about the issue of mid-face hypoplasia, which
Yes.
is something that you found is associated with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but not a hallmark, is that right?
Correct.
And he was referring to the deposition that you gave about the percentages of people that have that.
Right.
I just want to make sure when you were reading the transcript that in the transcript it was clear that you were guessing at that number, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Sachs discussed with you the issue of attention deficit and the fact that Dr. Connor's testing didn't indicate a deficit regarding attention. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. In your work with children that have been prenatally exposed to alcohol, is them being diagnosed as having attention deficit disorder, is that typical in your experience?
I don't know that. I don't have experience with that. I can tell you, however, that in my experience of seeing children with the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, attention deficit is one of the more common things that I see.
Okay. And regarding your assessment of the facial features when you actually evaluated Nick in the jail, Mr. Sachs brought up the fact that assessing the vermilion border,
Yes,
the lip,
yes,
that it is, to a certain degree, it is subjective because it's you doing the assessment by looking at Nick's face compared to these photographs. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And I think I asked you this before, I couldn't remember the answer. Can you ballpark the number of those assessments that you have done in your career?
Well, I've done over 1,000 for sure, just as a, I think probably I've done more than 2,000,
Okay,
but definitely over 1,000.
okay. So it's subjective, but it's based on your experience, is that right?
Correct, correct.
Based on your evaluation of Nick and your assessment or review of the records and your incorporation of Dr. Connor's neuropsychological testing, is there anything about Nikolas that to you is inconsistent with your diagnosis of alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder or NDPAE?
There's nothing.
When you were speaking with Mr. Satz, there was the issue of whether or not a person, a child or a teenager with a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is capable of doing certain things. And my understanding from your testimony is that the hallmarks of this disorder are deficits. Am I correct about that terminology?
You're correct.
Okay. So is there a difference from your perspective as a physician, a difference between somebody who has deficits in something versus a person who cannot do something at all?
No, I guess there's a question of degree. I mean, if somebody cannot do something at all, it's not necessarily, a deficit could be not doing something at all, but a deficit could be a deficit. I mean, basically, on the range, but not to the extent that he couldn't do it at all.
Right, I understand. Because a deficit could mean that you can do something, but you do it very poorly. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
absolutely.
Based on your experience with people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, do you think that the disorder in and of itself causes people to commit murder?
Yes,
And is that based on your experience with people that you have evaluated?
yes,
Okay. And have you evaluated people for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder who have committed murder in your time in this field?
yes,
And have you found that a high number of those people have a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
yes.
Mr. Sass asked you about your knowledge of various events in I guess the time period that he covered was approximately a year or so leading up to February 14th, 2018. And he asked you whether or not you were aware that Nick posted on YouTube, quote, "I'm going to be a school shooter," right?
Right.
Did you know that that posting by Nikolas was reported to the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Sustained. The jury will disregard that.
May we go to sidebar, please?
Sure.
Thanks for your time, appreciate it very much. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, doctor, you're excused.
Thank you very much.
Friends, call your next witness.
Your Honor, Dr. Jones is our last witness of the day.
Okay, looks like we're ending early. Please do not discuss the case. Please remember what I tell you every day. Leave your notepads behind. Have a nice early afternoon. Drive safe. See you tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, 9:30, okay? Thank you. We're in recess. The jurors have been excused. If you all can be back tomorrow at 9:15 in case there's any issues that arise. Meaning legal issues that we need to discuss before the jurors get here, is what I meant. Sure. You have it?